All right, we're back. Okay, well, let's and that Tarantula Media is here. What's up, man? Welcome to the live stream. All right. I got delayed. Watching Back to the Future. Anybody seen that? You have? We're lucky. It's a good movie. Okay, so we're back into this game. I'm going to work on this, but of course, if anybody has any questions, then ask away. I'll see if I can't help solve problems at the same time as working this game. So we have to build verse code. I haven't opened this project yet. First, I'll bring my coding screen over here. That, and that's not what I wanted. What did I do here? Okay, so Control plus. You there? Should be good for everybody. We read that. Love your work. Thanks for everything you do. You're welcome, man. And thank you. It's always nice to hear something nice. Everybody says nice things. Some people do. You're one of them. I think it's an important thing, actually, to be honest. I try to compliment people as much as I can, especially if they're doing cool things. Okay, so what did I do? Off stream, I just moved everything around a little bit to be a little bit cleaner. I put the reset button in front. Not that it really makes a difference here, because we're just still in testing mode. Just sort of clean things up a smidge. Now, I can't remember. Isn't there a project settings thing? Or is it island settings, maybe? Can't be island settings, can it? No. There's a way to turn on project. Turn on scene graph. Hey, turn on scene graph. Project settings. Or is it automatically on? I don't have to turn it on anymore, maybe? Scene graph isn't in experimental phase anymore, is it? I don't know. I kind of want to release this. Now it said I had a verse error, so let's take a look at what that could be. All right, let's take a look. What happened? Change piece materials. I have to build Materials are in there. The verse code. Still giving me my verse errors. This function parameter expects a value of type material int. This argument is incompatible with value of type tuple. Yesterday. Why did it work yesterday and not today? Thought it was turned on automatically. I thought scene graph was turned on automatically too, but I think it's not. And when I turned that on, let's go back. Turn it off. And close that. Build again. Save. Nope, something's permanently broken. Oh, UEFN, you're always so much fun. Okay, well, whatever. I guess we can. How do I know if entity prefab definition? So maybe we didn't need to turn that on. Do I have it turned off right? Settings. Experimental features. Okay, so I turned those off. So let's make a new folder. That's just a caps lock is on. Let's call this tic-tac-toe game board. Maybe board. And we'll go SG for scene graph. Open that up. Does a thing. Okay, so I haven't messed around with scene graph at all. But the other problem is we have to figure out what's going on inside of the burst. I'm not going to build, is it? What to do? What if we get rid of materials? See, I did mean this. Put it back in. Then it has a problem. Why did this work yesterday? Okay, well, I guess we don't really have a choice. Let's copy this. Can't be bothered to try to figure it out right now. And just chew up valuable time. So we will, if third term equals player 1 equals player 2. It's broken again. It's like when I turned on scene graph beta features, just broke it. There's the X material. There's the O material. No problem there. Okay, well, I think we need to solve this problem. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it broke. See, I do mean that, but then when I put it in, if anybody knows how to solve this, please let me know. It's not recognizing this as a material. Okay, let's do something here. Let's do this. I think I know what the problem is. Need to be able to build and create those assets. So I bet now, oh, it didn't work. See, it's in here. Materials, tic-tac-toe. Hmm. I don't know, man. What a pain. Why did this break? I don't want to do this a different way. I think I broke the project by putting it into beta for scene graph because it was fine before this. So whatever, and whatever this did, clicking this just broke the project. So what do we do? Why did it break it? Can't delete this file. It's gonna say just delete it and make it recreate it. Let's get rid of, can we delete? Can we edit this at all? Do that. Don't think we wanted to do that, but do that. Save, build. I'm gonna rebuild that assets file no matter what, so let's see what happens. Nope, still broken. I think the only option to do here is to just rebuild the whole project. Or why don't we see, I don't want to do it the other way though. Wait, it fixed, oh. No. What if we do this then? Let's take these guys out of here, copy them, just put them in the root for now, put them in a new location, just for a test. Build. Okay, built successfully. We need to figure this out. Otherwise, what? I don't even know. Just gonna head over to Epic site. Let's here, I'll show you guys if I can drag this over there. Load it. So we need to do this. Ask the AI. Let's see what it has to say. Learn about the set material function. Okay. It's just a material. Your error is likely due to one of the more importing the material. You must properly import the material module that contains. Material is in a folder called material. This at the top. I did try to do this, and it gave me an error, didn't it? See? The identifier materials, it does not refer to a logical scope. Or my project.material. See, I think what's happened is this doesn't have public set to it anymore. I have to. This isn't working anyways. Yeah, it just full broke, I think. What if we do this? Nah, made it even worse. It's not marked public. Can you imagine if this is the problem? How do we mark this as public? Can I do it here? There. Where does it get marked? Right there? Save? All right. Do this. I think it's just going to overwrite the assets file. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. Okay, so we're stuck. We're stuck. Can't do this because I accidentally hit. Or I tried to make it go beta. So project. What are you gonna do? Okay, we'll quickly rebuild it. And yeah, scene graph is already on automatically. So. Man, UEFN is such trash sometimes. It's so irritating. Like, why would that stop working? Just because I clicked scene graph. I don't know. Okay, let's rebuild this really fast. And the way we're going to do that is pretty easy, actually. So I'm going to grab the stuff. Copy. Just copying files over. Like so. And here they are. Okay, so we need that. Why is the pivot point so weird? Let's change that while we're here. Form, edit pivot. Let's put it in the center. Center? The center where we want it? Let's put it at the bottom. Yeah. Except and the transform. Okay, and then we need our blueprint. Kind of a pain. And we need the rectangle for the back, but I think, yeah, I probably just did this. Shapes, plane, that, and then, I remember how big this was. I think it was, lock this, if I remember correctly. It's no big deal. No, it was 8.5, wasn't it? 0.5. Move it into place. Okay, and then let's come out of modeling mode. Let's go into our verse code. So build verse. Since I copied it all in, it should just show up. Bam, just like that. That invisible. Okay, so we need this guy here. Oh, they fixed the problem. Looks about right. 1, 2, 3. Good enough. Let's change this to my board material, background material. That's and this should already have the right material on it. Yeah, it does. So the rest is good. Okay, so let's hook up all of those spots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Have you seen a fully incorporated magic system in UEFN? What do you mean? I've seen some magic style stuff. Depends on what you want to do. If you want to sort of throw a fireball or put out an energy wave or something like that, those are all possible. The VFX and then a damage volume and the movement modulator for pushing a player back. Some triggers. bunch of them. One here. That tiny. Two. Not quite 2, is it? It's like 1.8 or something. It doesn't have to be perfect, but shootable. And in front of the X. Okay, back to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not too advanced of a game that it's tough to duplicate. Let's see. We need to look at our verse code. Now, problem with this is will it go back enough in time? It will not. Open. So yeah, a second on that magic question. Sort this out a little bit. Yeah, I mean, you gotta accommodate for the fact that there is no magic in Fortnite, so you gotta make your own. But yeah, I mean, if you messed around with it enough, you'll be able to do it. Well, look at that. Suddenly it's not broken anymore. Okay, we're back where we were before, almost. Let's minimize that. Oh, we need a start button. So change this as we did before to action radius, I think, of 2. And track time of 0.1 to feel like a button. Mesh. Red button. 3 or something. 4. Okay, let's look up player 1 and 2. These are 2. Size. And we're back where we started. Be a little close. Yay! Okay, we're done with that. Let's get the player spawners hooked up. Player 1 trigger, 2 trigger, start the game button, and a HUD. What else did we have in here? I feel like we had something else. We get the player spawners hooked up. 1, 2, they're in array. If you don't know what I'm doing, you have to watch the first video. So you get it. If only it was this fast building it the first time. The figuring out that takes the longest. True. So true. Yeah, we're done. Congratulations. Let's go. 36. Make this up bright blue again. So. And 5 seconds, show to all. And that should be it. We should have a running game already. Now, I'm not going to make the mistake of enabling the beta features. Save that. Check in the changes. Give it a test. And then we'll get on with hopefully turning this into some scene graph stuff. Man. Any questions, everybody? While I load up my alt. Actually, I should probably run the game. Run, fix up. Validation failed. Give me a break. So what happens when you copy stuff in? When you copy things in from another project, the validation will very likely fail because the references are referencing back to the other project. It's like it's hard-coded into the configuration file of that object, the UE asset. So you just run the fix up and then it changes all of those. They've figured out that people just copy stuff over. And so they run some kind of batch program or something like that that fixes that up. My mouse is not on. Starting up my alts and starting up main game. Yeah, magic systems are all different, right? Like if you want to shoot lightning or throw magic missiles or fireballs or energy shields, they're all possible to do, but it's just work. This day has gone by so fast, it's crazy. Just waiting for my ult and waiting for the main. You're building a magic system in your game. Excellent. Sounds like fun, man. It's a lot of work, but you get all those little I don't know, features to work and stuff like that. It'll be pretty satisfying. Okay, every time you start, you have to end because for some reason it doesn't work. Also, now we have to request to join if you want to join a UEFN session. It's really weird to be able to just join. Okay, so let's bring in my alt and give this a shot. Oh, we don't have the item granter. That's what I was thinking about. I knew there was one more. Thing to do. So we'll go all players. Game start. And we'll add in, no, I want 2 things. Suppressed pistol, level 1. I'll do that. And it looks like we don't need to push changes, so we can just start the game. See if it works. Yep, both got a pistol. Okay, I didn't make the triggers. I didn't set up the triggers. shift click. Visible in game is off. Triggered by damage on. Sequences and water turned off. Vehicles turned off. Don't trigger the VFX or SFX, and receive damage when invisible. Okay, we'll save that. It still doesn't need a change pushed, so. And there we go. Okay, so let's press the, okay, that worked. Okay, player 2 cannot go first. Why am I actually playing like it matters? Okay, so player 1 should win, and then it should reset. Okay, we're back to square one. How many minutes have we been into this stream? 30 minutes. What do you have your alt on? Another computer? Yes, alt is on a laptop. Very common to have. This is too loud. Very common to have your alt on a like a laptop, because you're going to want to have it close by. It's just to my left here, and you know, it's small. It's not going to be another big computer or something like that. Another just sits here and turns on and off when I need it. Okay. Moving on to scene graph. I think. What should we do? Should we build this out just a little bit more? I was thinking about this earlier. What are the steps that we want to take for this game? Right now we could play tic-tac-toe with 2 players. The island is set to have a lot of players. Okay, so the other thing is we don't want players on different teams. It's not going to be a free-for-all. It's going to be team index. I'm going to set it to 1. Team size is going to be dynamic. It doesn't matter. Total rounds. I don't know. We're not changing rounds, but I'll put it to 100 anyways. Minimal players. Max players. Let's put this to 20. It's not going to make a difference. So if we release this, then that'll be good. Okay, so now save that. See if I need to push changes. I don't. Okay, so what I want to test is if I can damage another player. Okay, perfect. So we can't damage the other player on the same team. The Epic sister code worked out. The algorithm, I didn't see that get finished last night. Yes, it did actually. It did sort of. It's in that video, but yeah, the code to sort out if a player won is quite simple for tic-tac-toe. I just didn't really think about it much. But essentially, we just want to check all the rows and then all the columns and then the 2 diagonals that we could get. So it's actually really easy to do if your array is set up correctly. So my array is set up to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's, if you set it up this way, like 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, then you would probably do it a little different. Actually, it probably would, might not even matter. Yeah, might not even matter. Anyway, so yeah, this is the code for figuring out if a player won or not. And yeah, the AI did get me on my way. Just kind of gave me that inspiration that I needed. I had to change it because it wasn't working quite the way I wanted it to, but it was pretty good. Okay, so then the other thing that I was thinking about is if we make this 20 player, we're going to need 2 things. We're going to need a barrier, and we're going to need a player counter. So the player counter, we need to make it a volume. I genuinely do not use the player counter very often. Yeah, so that's good. So the barrier and the player counter are about the same size. So what we'll do now is there we go. 2, 2, 2. Because we don't want another player coming in to be able to do anything. So let's put this to 3. Actually, I guess. Yeah, no, we'll just do this. We're not going to see. We don't have to like the barrier itself. Let's see. If we can't make the zone, well, we can't change the zone. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we can change the, we could just clear this if we want, or put it to something clear. I'll just make a material later. Okay, and then this is our, this needs to be a hollow box, not cylinder. And I guess we will try 2, 2, 3. Why is it different? Right? Like, why is it so different? Yeah, that's pretty good. The height's different. Why's the height different? Okay, so then when we have, you know what? Whoa. How did that happen? I think the player counter, um, how do we change where the, tell you what, let's just do this. Put it there. We actually don't need this to be that high. 2.5. Yeah, that's probably fine. Okay, so when there's 2 players, we don't want to let any more players in. Oh man, I forgot to change my screen again. There you go. I wish the chat made a noise, eh? Like, I wish it went beep. Let me know that somebody chatted. I've just added the player counter in the image volume. Nothing special. But what we want to do now is bring those in our code. Let's go player counter. I don't know why I did that. Barrier. Yeah. Can't remember everything that a player counter can do. I think we can. let's do this. So when the player counter counts somebody, do that. And the barrier should be disabled by default. Accepts an agent. You want... Now, I've had trouble with the player counter before. We're going to grab this one. I don't think we do it that way. Oh, we do. Okay, so we're going to grab... Is that... Yeah, gives back an array of agents. So actually, let's do this. Yeah, that'll make it more obvious to you guys. So it tells you what it does. I mean, you can do colon equals, but it implicitly sets the type when you do that. But if we want to be more obvious, we can set it to, this is going to be an array. The two square brackets means it's an array, and the type that's in the array is agent. So let's do this. Equals 2. But we want to add these two players to the barrier ignore list because we want them to be able to get out. So we'll go for a player, all agents, and we'll go barrier, add to ignore list. There. That way they can leave. If it equals this, else barrier disable. That way somebody new can come in. Every time it updates, we should clear. I can't remember if there's a way to clear ignored players. There we go. Remove from all. We'll do that. Okay, that should work. Now we just got to hook these two guys up to our game manager. Player counter and our barrier. Now I don't have another computer and another alt to test this with, but let's push changes and just, we'll be able to visually see if the barrier turns on or not because it's disabled by default. We'll see if this works. We'll push this. Switch screens. Okay. Well, anybody has any questions? You guys are good? Oh, Ensuit says it got fully functioning, but man, it took a while. LOL. It's cool, man. Good job. It's satisfying when things get done. At least I find it is. Oh boy. Okay, the next thing we need to do, be ready to do, is scene graph. So while we're waiting for that to go, how are we going to make this in scene graph? I wonder. I mean, we studied scene graph like 2 or 3 live streams ago. Got somewhere with that. That was pretty good. I guess what we'll do, if this loads, is make a new folder. Let's call this scene graph refabs. Yes. Mm-hmm. Run it. Okay, so we'll step on here. It says 1 player. And we'll grab my help. All right, so that worked. We have a problem. Oh yeah, because I was allowed out. Okay, well, it didn't do something when the player left. Because the barrier's still there. So let's go take a look. Removed event, that's what we want. Actually just want the same thing to run. Save. Push verse changes. Switch over. Okay. All right, so that's good. We've got our barrier. Player counter says 2. I can leave. And it goes away. Come back in. And so another player should not be able to get in here. If I was able to test that, I would test that. Start the game. Oh, it says interact, doesn't it? Should change that. But that works. Okay, so we're good. We got player counter. We've got barrier. The other thing we should do, we should probably disable the start button. Right? When you start the game, we'll start button, start game button, disable. We'll have to sort out what we do when these players leave and another one comes in or something like that. But scene graph is still a mystery to me. I keep seeing explanations where you can make your own prefabs, but everything cool being shown involves movement or being able to move props. Because I don't know what the best use for scene graph are. The best uses for scene graph, it's a component system. So, I mean, that's what I'm hoping to be able to show, if I can. But, okay, actually, here we go. This is what we'll do. So I just added in a little bit of code to disable the start. So let's do this. I'll show you. So this is everything for a game. Let's organize the outliner a bit, and we'll make a new folder. I'll call this Tacto game. Pieces, components. So we want the barrier device, the button. I don't want to bring in the game manager because I actually should have something else. We don't need the spawn pads. We need the grid, player counter, all the pieces. Not that trigger. And then all the triggers. Okay, so these are all, make this bigger, that tiny. Okay, so you guys can kind of see this, but these are all the pieces that are involved with making this game, right? So we need all of these pieces. Just notice how wonky this is. And so the idea is, like, if I wanted to make another game, like if I took all of these and then hit shift, not shift, sorry, alt. Oh, I need the background too. Here it's board background, and move that to there. So these are all the components. If I were to do alt and drag, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Now I've made a second game, right? But this game doesn't work. Right? This game has no ability to work right now because it doesn't have a tic-tac-toe game device, which, come to think of it, let's build this out right now. I'm going to show you guys. We're going to make a new first file. Call it tic-tac-toe game device. Save everything. And we'll go to verse. Because what we want to do, the game manager shouldn't be managing all of the tic-tac-toe boards that are around. We should have the game manager managing players, managing the boards if it needs to. But I mean, ideally, the game boards will all just manage themselves. So let's, I have to take out almost everything, to be honest. Triggers, tic-tac-toe spots need to leave. We probably need to set up, I'm going to make it an editable game ID. Start with 1. Yeah, that's fine. I need to identify. Start game. Yeah, essentially we need all of these. I also need the player 1 and player 2 trigger devices. This is going to make sense in like 10 minutes, 5 minutes. If it doesn't make sense now. So actually, come to think of it then, oh, I already did it. Board number's in there. Should I put game number or board number? Do board, I like that better. Okay, so we need this here. We need all of this. Mm-hmm. See, we're going to have a problem here because we don't have the player's map, but that's okay. We're going to sort that out in a minute. Good. Okay, so everything's put into there. Okay, so the game manager needs to manage all boards. And this is going to be an array tic-tac-toe game devices. Right? So, yeah, what does the game manager need to do? So much right now. Okay, let's go into, okay, we need to go through all boards. For board, all boards, board, set, game manager, self. Yeah. So that's how we're going to set this up. What do I call it? GM. All right, so that allows us to connect up the game manager. Oh, I got so many problems still. And one more, I guess. To be it. Done. Hope that makes sense to somebody. Essentially, we're just connecting up the game manager to all of the games that are in here. So then, now that that's built, come back to here. Tactile game device here, here, and then we just hook everything up. So this is the downside of doing things not with scene graph. So we're duplicating this tic-tac-toe game, and we have to bring out a device, and we have to bring out all of these objects. And I mean, we could just duplicate by alt dragging, but and look at this mess in here. Oh, I don't even know what to do. 7, 8, 9. Yeah. That's that all of them? 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay. And then we need, oh, we didn't get the other two triggers. The player 1 and player 2 triggers. Oh well, for now we'll just move these to a new folder. We'll call this game board 2. Got there. All right. Let's say detach. How do we get a folder out of here? Okay, it won't come out. Tell you what, this is what we'll do. We'll go okay, so that should clean everything up. So if we do this, that one disappears. If we do this, that one disappears. Okay, so that's everything that worked out. But this is still kind of a pain. I mean, there's a lot of work. Inventor stays the same. Okay. We could also rename these guys. Like so. And then we just have to hook them all up. Now, if I'd hooked up the first one and then duplicated everything, it all would have been hooked up. Okay, let's set the board ID before I forget. And make these guys invisible. Here comes the boring part. Yeah, I mean, it almost is tempting to see. I don't know what triggers are which triggers because I didn't rename everything. Just all right. So let's do this. I think we should rename that first one. The way around. Board 2. Everything else has a 2 on the end, so that might be all right. Leave that for now. Because I know these ones followed after making the player 1 and 2 triggers. 10 and 11. Hope these are in the right order, to be honest. I actually don't know what order these duplicated in. Let's just hide the player counter. Trigger 8, 7, 6. Yeah, see. So we have the order probably wrong. Of course. The order has to be correct. So this. Okay, then we hide all these triggers. So we can get the props in the right order as well. That's the other thing. I think scene graph will stop this from being an issue. Okay, so that's all that done. Start game button. First one. HUD message is the HUD message. First one. Barrier is the first one. 1, 1. There, 1, 2. Okay, that guy is fully set up. This should just work. Okay, next one. There, 2, 2, 1. Barrier device 2. Counter 2. Okay, let's set up all the triggers. Hide the counter. Game. We should try making a third one just to see if it duplicates over properly. It should. Made a lot of tycoons and we've done a lot of duplications. Tell you that. A moth in my room. Okay, let's look up all the props. Give this a quick test and then we'll try to make a third one. Hook it up to the game manager. Should just work. We also haven't accommodated for when a player leaves. Put in our 2 boards. We're done. Save. The other thing we should probably do is not make it possible to play the game until the game is started, right? That makes sense. So now we're going to add game is started. Hit false. So we'll come into the trigger. If game is started equals false, equals true, then do all of this. If not, don't do anything. So that'll stop anything from going on in the game until it's started. I think we're good. Push some changes. Back hurts today. Very busy. Yeah, so scene graph will make it so that we don't have to bring in another game device and then hook everything up. just be able to duplicate it, and everything will just be internalized, internal components, which you couldn't do before. I think the only question is how to get it to hook up to my main game manager. It's going to be a lot of studying to do. And now we wait for the very, very boring part of the date to the game. Create an entity, open the Place Actors panel, select the entity icon. Drag an empty entity into the viewport. Oh man. Getting a little tired. Okay, we're in. All right, so if I come here, it registers me as one player. The barrier's on. I can leave. Come over here. And it works. Start the game. I'm player 2, so it doesn't work. Player 1 doesn't work either. Why is that? Also, we shouldn't be able to start the game. Okay, let's see if this one works. This one works. Doesn't work. I broke it. I full broke the game. How did I do that? How did I break it? All right, let's find out. So, fine. Let's just make sure everything's hooked up. Yep, those are working. All right. Wonder if it doesn't think the game has started. Doesn't make sense because I set it here. Oh, let's put some print statements in. Let's see. Now we're debugging. Here, we're both in here. Our game. Okay, so that works. So it's not registering my second player as my second player. Okay. Bye. If I were to guess, player 2-1, player 2-1. Player 1-2 and player 2-2. So that was confusing. Let's start that up again. I bet it works now. And that's what we get when we put in print statements. Okay, do that. And then that. Okay, so that's good. So let's leave. Come over here and be player 1 on this game. So start the game. The other one is still sitting there. Okay, so right now this is going to all the players, but we don't want that. We want it to go just to the 2 players that are in this board. So we still have to figure that out. There's so many little things to do when you make it a multi-game, multiplayer, multi-game game. Anyway, so now both boards work. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to change the HUD to be where is it? Pyro. Triggering player. Save that. And we'll open up here. And so we can get both players that are in the game, or yeah. It's going to steal this here. Yeah, this will be the way that we get all the players that are in there. So then if there are any players playing another game, it's not going to show for them. It's going to show for these 2 players. So that fixes that problem. And we still have to think about if a player leaves. But checking my changes. It's good. It's good so far. Coming along. All right, so next thing is seed graph. Place actors. In place actors. These are not in here. I'm looking for entities. Select the entity icon. There isn't. Okay, so it's old news the way they did it before. Because I did make this. Add an entity. Okay, so we can add. Is this even possible, what I want to do? Because we can't add triggers. Let's try a mesh component. What is this? Cube? Replace it with something that I don't want. Oh, how do you even do this? I feel like I need to go back to the scene graph project just to figure this out, because it's not making any sense. This doesn't exist. But let's close that for a second. So here's our entity, which is here. Let's grab this, and we need background. Okay, so that worked. This is our tic-tac-toe prefab. Here's our grid. Can I just place it in here? No, I can't. Here's what I'm going to do though. Just so I want to get ahead on this. Entities can only parent other entities. Edit prefab. Add an entity. You can add entities. I want to add my own mesh. Mesh component. I want something other than what's in here. Somebody please tell me I'm just doing something really wrong. Are your projects independent or do you work for a company? They're independent. I work with another person and we build them together. So we're independent, but can I add them here? Nope, same thing. Create a new reusable prefab asset that contains this in. Hmm. How do you add a mesh? How do you? We're going to ask AI because I just do not know the answer. Check static mesh. This is a static mesh. Find the mesh slot. What? This is so weird. Can't even just drag it in. It's blue. Component of type mesh component for asset could not be found. What? I don't know. I'm lost. I'm totally lost. So how to do this? How do you add a mesh to a prefab? An entity. There's no way to add your own mesh, right? It's just the cube. What am I missing? Something tells me that the mesh that I'm using here is just of not the right type or something. But how can that be? Um, the UEFN is not seen. Nah, none of this makes any sense to me. I don't understand why I can't add. When I hit the mesh component here, it just gives me the cone, cube, cylinder, plane, and sphere. If you open the editor for this asset, it is not changeable. You can't do anything. Read only. Oh, I don't know, man. This is where there's no cube in there anyways. Like what? Oh, there's our cube. Great, but I don't want it to be a cube. I want it to be something different. It's looking for a component. Ah, sorry guys. I'm not making any progress anyways. Like it's really stupid. Or I'm stupid. Because this is my prefab now. So it's like what? Nobody's learning anything from this. It's like that. I don't know, guys. The documentation is wrong. Doesn't let me set a specific mesh at all. Like, what are these meshes? This must be something like, what if you have to put need a teacher. Need somebody to teach us. Teach me. Because the documentation is not doing it. The AI is giving me something not right. Let's, man, I don't want to convert my project to scene graph because if I do this, it's just gonna break the verse code again, like it did last time. And if I break the verse code, I swear I'm just gonna end up losing my mind. What are you trying to do? Add a bit of experience. Well, I just want to add a mesh to my scene graph prefab. That's it, Ben. So I have an entity on the stage here called tic-tac-toe board prefab. It's just an empty, just sitting here. And all I want to do, we have this entity here, but if I go ahead and open this up, this entity has a cube, which doesn't even show. Like, it's not even showing on the stage. Unless I change this a little, save. Still doesn't show up. What? Yeah, I just want to add my own mesh. And then if I click on this, replace this asset component, it just gives me cone, cylinder, plane, and sphere. So I don't have any other options in here to change the mesh. You need to build verse code and reset the project. But I added the mesh a long time ago. Okay. Let's open up the prefab. Still don't have a cube in my scene. Cube, even though it's here. And then I want to replace this. It still doesn't show any other mesh. I have 3 other mesh right here. A box, a rectangle, and a tic-tac-toe grid. Yeah. I can show you the verse digest. Not that. Assets. There's my meshes. So they are in there. I think it's just broken. Put in a cylinder. Save. Okay, so the cylinder showed up. Cube. Let's move the cube off to the side. Hit save. There's the cube way over there. Why is it all the way over there? Just definitely does not look the same. Like what? Put it right next to the cylinder. Save it. It didn't even move. Scene graph is trash. When was the last time you closed and reopened this project? Never. So I should close this and then reopen it? All right. Check out all my changes for now then. That would be a pain because I've got a session loaded right now. So meshes are buggy. Yes, I guess scene graph is a big pain in the butt. All right. Close that. It's gonna crash anyways. You moved your cube away from the parent within the scene, so that's why it's farther. I don't know, man. I kind of expect it to look the way it looked in there, but maybe that's not it. Okay, let's reopen UEFN. Didn't crash on me this time. Nice. Well, thanks for the tip on closing and opening the project. See if this changes. It. Meshes are always a pain, eh? Okay. You didn't need to full relaunch UEFN? Oh. Just close session in project settings up top and reopen. Well, we're in. Hit prefab. Okay, I want to change this to my own. That's not in there. I don't know, man. I think I've done the right thing. And because I moved this further away from the parent. I don't know. I have an expectation it's going to look like this. Like this is my prefab. When I put it in the scene, it shouldn't look like it looks there. Like let's take this prefab back out. I think it's this one. What? Is it this one? Okay, so there. That one looks like this one. So this one's bugged or something like that. Let's just delete it. Oh, we've learned something new. So then if I move this like that and save it, it moved. Okay, well, okay. Create a new entity and test. You moved it further away inside the actual world beforehand. I don't think I did I? Maybe I did. Yeah, you're probably right. Okay, so make a new entity. Right here, right? Entity prefab definition. I'll just call this whatever. We'll open up whatever. And we'll go here. Add a component. Mesh component. Nothing in there, man. Nothing in there but a cone, cube, cylinder, plane, and sphere. Why? How come? Do I have to turn on scene graph? I don't think I do, right? Like it's already running. I shouldn't have to turn on scene graph because I don't want to use experimental features. The last time I turned it on, it completely wrecked. Your message just static mesh and not creative props. It says static mesh. How do I tell the difference? Like it literally says static mesh. Ben, are you in Discord? YouTube chat sucks. Create your own model just to test. I did. These are my own models. Okay, I'll make another one. I'll just make something in modeling mode. Right. So let's grab a torus and just do this. Something like that. Accept. Okay, so that torus is now in there. Let's rename this called my torus. All right. Now you think maybe I have to build code? So let's do that. Build verse code. Where's my prefab? I'll go to my prefab and select this entity. And we'll go to replace this asset. It's not in there. Dude, why? We open up this prefab as well. Right. Let's add a new entity. Do I need to add an entity or a prefab entity? I can add in whatever. Probably entity. This one. And then we'll add mesh component. Yep, not in there. Super odd. I think so too, man. Let's take a look at the assets. Yeah, my torus. Right there. So It's just not working. Yeah, it just doesn't even show up. Make a new island. Okay. Call this scene graph testing. P1. It's a solid idea. I usually suggest that to people as well. But then I still can't make it happen in my actual game. So yeah, it's scene graph stuff. Make a new entity, whatever. Oh yeah, let's make a mesh. Close that. Shoot, should I have made the mesh first maybe? Let's add in torus. And it remembers my previous settings, so that's good. Skip that. Make some meshes. Let's rename this my torus. Select whatever. Add the entity. Inside of this entity, we'll add a mesh component. Not in there. What am I missing? Okay, well, let's try to build verse, even though there's no verse. That's scene graph. Here, here. Mesh. Oh, there. Well, I appreciate the assistance. Yeah, my torus is in here. Why don't I have anything in here for entities? Because in the documentation, it should say something. Or it says something. Oh man, I mean, if the only option is to enable scene graph here, I think this is wrong, because this is going to enable it in a way that so here's an entity. So you have to enable scene graph as an experimental feature for this to go. If I do that in my other projects, it's going to full break it again, I think. Okay, so that's how that works. Let's go back into Tic-Tac-Toe V2. I mean, it's all just an experiment anyways. Now disable it again. And then do a new mesh. Yeah, but when I disabled it in the last project, it still left the project broken, which is all on LiveStream. Oh, look here. Now I have entity down here. Now I can put an entity in here. But how do I... It's not in there. Let's go back here. Go to this entity here. Add a component mesh. Not in there either. But the interesting thing is this wasn't showing up before, and I don't have this enabled. Delete that again. Let's go. Oh, I do that. Build the verse code. Let's do the same steps that we did in the last project. Bring in the entity. That's good. Add a component mesh. The same 5 items. So plus that's just an empty. Oh, I know. So you bring in the entity, and then you can do this to make it into a prefab. Let's just create that. And this out of here. Component mesh. Nothing, man. Yeah, I think yeah, something about enabling it there. But okay, I'm gonna do this, but I think I'm gonna regret it. It doesn't really matter though, I guess, does it? Let's delete this. No more prefabs on the stream. Okay, so just to confirm, we can build verse code. This. All right. build successful. So now I'm going to go to my project settings. I'm going to enable this, and I'm pretty sure it's going to break it. Yep, 2 verse build errors. And if I disable it, let's just leave it enabled for a second. Can't close this because it's stuck or something. There we go. Go into a reverse. See. I can't get the materials anymore because the materials are handled a different way with scene graph settings enabled. But let's now bring out my whatever prefab, edit it. It's got nothing in here. Add an entity to this empty entity and add mesh component. It's still not in there. And I broke my code, and it's irreversible. It's not on. Not that. Okay, so that's on. Let's open this up. Go to this entity. Add a mesh. Still not in there. But maybe we have to build a verse, but we can't build a verse right now because of these 2 errors. Save, build. I have to save. Build successful. Go back into here. Select this entity, add mesh. And there they are. Okay, so now let's disable that. Does stuff in the background. Add. Really? Dude, you might have saved my bacon. Yeah, we're going to build this because I need the scene graph thing to work. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm doing. Save selected. Okay. Add a mesh component. Okay, everything's in there. Add my torus. That worked. Save. Close. Here. And you think that adding in no way. You didn't have access to the meshes because the code didn't run. So you just have to enable it one time and then disable it so that I could release this project. So if I wanted to release this project now, I should be able to. Okay, let's launch this session. Let's see if it gives me a warning about, thanks, Ben. That really helped out a lot. Actually, the materials problem was an issue, and I don't know why is it do you know why it's different when you enable scene graph? Like it changes the way you access materials. Why does it access it like an object? I wonder why they did that. Must be a reason. You had it on at the beginning. It's off now. when you turn it off, can you release your project? Learning. This is definitely a learning situation. I think they changed it, just instantiate it so they can handle it different with scene graph objects. Well, we are going to find out. Waiting for it to load up. Experimental is off now, but my project's still in development. I'm not 100% sure. Well, we're going to find out right now. I'm going to release Tic-Tac-Toe. Not really going to release it. I'm just going to try to get it to a point where it's going. It should calculate really quickly, and then I can push it right up. I mean, the idea is to release this, like some form of this. We'll find out. So slow. Such a tiny project. Man, we're almost there. I think we've sorted out scene graph a little bit. Okay, so before we can do that, we have to end it, restart it, because UEFN is buggy for first release time. Should probably bring in my alt. I'll give this a quick test. Play some tic-tac-toe against myself. If I release this, I could play it against other people. Oh, a day. Let's go alt. Where are you? A moth in here. Window open. It's summertime, so it's pretty warm. Man, this is slow. Come on, development servers. Look, somebody spectating. You see the little eyeball at the bottom left corner. Except not spectating. It's just sitting there, waiting to load in. I think what I need to do is end the game. Oh, I know what it is. Come to think of it, we can go into island settings and join in progress. Spawn on next round. Put spawn. Close. Okay. 15 minutes, eh? Yeah. I used to have one that took that much time. Made me mad. Start the game. Okay, player 2 is 1. Everything works as expected. Let's end the game there. Fortnite clip is here. Hey, buddy. Okay, let's... You guys weren't even watching that. Oh well. Yep. So let's launch memory calc. E1. What kind of map are you making? Literally tic-tac-toe, bro. It's a good test to see if I can understand scene graph. So far we've been working on just getting scene graph to work properly, which turns out that it doesn't work properly until you enable it in your project, and then you can disable it, like the experimental part of it. That instantiates the project to use scene graph, and it goes from there. Okay, so we've got a private code. Create a release. Pushing is disabled when using experimental features. But I'm not. I turned it off. Okay, well, it's still doing a memory calc anyway, so let it run its memory calc. I think it's not going to work. I think I'm not going to be able to push it. So that means you won't be able to push yours. I'm glad I tested this on a tiny project. I mean, I've spent like 5 hours on this, so I don't know how tiny that is, but I mean, relative to many other maps to work on, 5 hours is nothing. But still, 5 hours is 5 hours, man. And I didn't have to redo the version 1. Oh well, now I know. Thanks to Ben Pen. That would not be bueno. This is no bueno. Well, we're going to find out, because so far it's telling me that I can't. Wait for memcalc to finish. Okay, what did we get? 6,283. I have never, ever had a memcalc so low. Man, a lot of my memcalcs are like 95,000 or something. Okay, I'm just going to go. I don't know if I can show you guys the screen, so I'm not going to. Yeah, it says. Let's see. I guess I can show you guys this. Right? Yeah. So experimental features. Publishing is disabled when using experimental features. So I can't continue. That sucks. Hmm. And just to confirm, project settings is off. Ooh. Well, that's that. That is that. You created your magic with scene graph. Hopefully mine just works. May need to hit the refresh. It might work, but maybe not. I don't think so. We'll try. Ah, it worked. You're right. Look. Seriously, man, you have all the good advice. Okay, so I'm not going to release, but I can release. Did you guys see that? You didn't even see that, and I closed the window. I have two screens, or three screens actually, and I have to switch between the two. Anyways, it will it could work. So it could go. Okay, so now that we have scene graph running, I should be able to, okay, so let's go tic tac board prefab. Let's get rid of all of these. Make a new entity. Grab this entity, grab the mesh, and we want tic-tac-toe grid. Oh, there it is. Okay, so the other problem is my, okay, let's save that. Like that. Oh man, we're making progress. I feel like I need a beverage. Okay, give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, so Ben also said that he had done some stuff. Magic. Have I seen his stuff? I don't think I have. Look up Ben. Sure. No, not even following. Well, I am now. Let's see. What screen am I sharing? This one. So this is Ben Penn. Been helping me out for everybody who's watching. I want to take a look and see what he's talking about with magic. Where'd you get the sound effects from? Those are awesome. I heard the damage amplifier's got problems. Maybe I heard it from you. June 8th. Slack is on it. I'm over it anyways. Good. That's pretty good. Water. Yeah. Hmm. Sound design. You can use a soundboard, can't you? Hmm. I don't think I've seen ghosts. I'll check that out maybe. Cool, man. Good job. Do you have no desktop audio on purpose? Yeah, I've got it muted. Oh, it's fixed now. I voted for something that's already fixed. Yeah, I had muted the desktop audio for I don't know what reason. Probably because some noise was going on. Maybe I had music going. Or I had music going and I didn't want it being. That's cool, man. That's cool. You're way ahead of me on scene graph then. Okay, so I guess the next thing for me, actually let's make modeling rectangle there. 800 by 800. That's about the same size. Oh. I want to grab it. There we go. Same size. Put it up so you can see it. And then we'll rotate it 90 degrees. Doesn't tell me what degrees it's rotated. Job modeling mode. It's 90 to me. accept. And see. So that made my rectangle. Give it the right material. This. See. Transform needs to be baked. And why didn't it stand it up? Oh, it did. Okay. Good, good. Okay, right, so back to my whatever in whatever. Do I want to do that one? No, let's delete that one. Go to our tic-tac-toe board. We'll add in another mesh. And I guess I called it plane. No, that's not what we want. I didn't call it plane. I called it something else. Probably rectangle. Nope. Not that one. Oh, it's not in here because I got to build. Right? Hit build, save. Man. All balls use scene graph to raycast to the floor. Man, I could learn that. I could learn that from you. I mean, I wonder how hard that is. Okay, so back to this. One here. Component. Oh, there it is. Mesh here. What is the mesh called? Rectangle 48. There it is. Okay. No way this is off. Okay. Okay, we save that. Now, question I have. Any new mesh you create, sometimes you have to relaunch a project, but you didn't this time. Yeah, I just rebuilt the code. Okay, so my next question is, we can't put triggers in, can we? Like, how would I replicate the trigger behavior? If you use an interactable component, you have to be able to touch it, right? Yeah. So that's not going to work. Can I okay, so this is the grid. This is the board. Let's do this instead. Yeah, okay. So then access to editables. Yeah, but the idea was that I was hoping, okay, so I'll just save this really quickly. What, did you see that move? Get rid of this one. one. No way. Where is the... Oh, it's on the other side. Why did this move like this? uh... Maybe I won't parent stuff, because that seems to be causing issues. Back to 0. Okay, save that. Okay, that's fine. So then we can drag this on, and we have our board. Cool. Yeah, so the idea was that like these are each their own games, tic-tac-toe games, but of course I didn't want to have to reset up my buttons and triggers and stuff like that, but obviously I have to. I also, well, I guess there's really no benefit to using scene graph for this game. Because it's limited on what you can do inside of the components of it all. Right? Because I don't want to have to walk up to it. I want to be able to shoot it. Right? Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. So I guess there's no way to do what I wanted to do. You also can't add blueprints to this, can you? If I add an entity and then I wanted to add a blueprint to this, it's not possible. So it's pretty darn limited. For this game that I'm making. Oh yeah, raycasting with control rig. I have thought about that. The way that other people do it, where you're looking and it sort of shoots a laser beam in a way, detects collision, and then that creates like where you'd want to put your X. But then you'd have to detect the left mouse click. So it turns out I've learned a lot about scene graph, but what I want to do with scene graph doesn't work. Very, very interesting. Yeah, it feels good to have learned something. That's for sure. But now I need to do an example where scene graph is going to make a lot of sense. What kind of thing would I create where that would make sense, I wonder? I fear that scene graph is a problem. Like it's going to create some serious issues. I don't know if I'd want to make a production level game of a scene graph yet. Oh yeah, input trigger for left click. If you see as where you're shooting, you can use the gun. It's just a big scene graph prefab with a giant sphere, and all my NPCs have a mesh component that detects when collided to damage. Spawning in a long queue pointed at the part you want to change. Yeah, I have no idea how to do that. What? You can. I feel like I don't have sometimes the creativity to come up with how to do a thing. Anyways. So that's that. And then if we go to here, that's that mesh, that's that mesh. This can be the code. So I guess in some respects, um, let's grab this, that in there. How would I, yeah, I would love to see an example. If you could send me one. I'm all just here for learning. On simulate is like on begin, right? So I should be able to take all my code in here. I guess if there's anything that can slightly save me time, all that in there. Build. Discord's going crazy. What's happening? Save that. Yeah, all my editables show up in there. That's cool. So then now this becomes the device. I wonder if I should have put the component on the parent. This doesn't really matter. Something didn't update. Can you rename these? Oh, you can. Code. Good. Pen, is that you? Good. It is. Dude, you sent me something back in 2023, and I responded. Wow. Okay, what do we got? Now you're teaching me something. How do you know what the ground is, though? Is ground component a constant, or is that something you set up? And the collided entity is the cube, or how does that work? Okay, cool. So I still have to bring in the triggers and the XO blueprints, the buttons, everything. So the only thing I was able to really replicate, but everything is inside here. I don't have to make another device. I mean, the only thing to do now is see if it works. Oh, Ben's going crazy. Ground component is a burst component created. Collided entity is any prop you put as your mesh component. Entity entered event. I have read a little bit about how to do collision. Okay. Ground component is a burst. Are you playing an audio file without an audio player? I'm playing a VFX without a VFX spawner? Does that work? Man, that is so cool. I really, really do need to spend a lot of time studying. I mean, I really put this off for a long time. I didn't mean to, but weak map for global play space. You can play audio files straight from your content browser. You don't have to make an audio player and add an audio. Can you play the audio file, or does it have to be an audio cue? That part's not scene graph. Dude, it's so cool. Okay, let's see if we can make this work. I'm really interested to figure this out. Okay, I can get rid of that. So let's drag this over a bit. Let's see if this works. If this works, which I believe it will. Okay, so we need all of these. Whenever it's a lot of stuff, it doesn't work right away. We're going to put these, create a new folder, call it Game Board 3. Okay, I got to admit, if this does work, oh, it's a class with all my audio players passing. Oh, okay, so all the audio players are editables. Man, I can't wait till you can start to play audio files without an audio player. That would be so cool. I swear that they're working on it. I thought that maybe it was in there with SceneGraph, but so global play space. And so you have a device, and then in there is the audio player. Okay, I get it. Did I move this into the right space without even thinking? Oh, lucky. Honestly, that was pure luck. Okay, so then we don't need, look, everything's hooked up, but we don't need this, right? I can get rid of that. And where's my prefab? Here's my prefab. So let's move this to game board 3. It didn't go. Entities can only be children of other entities. I just want to move it to the folder. Go in there. It won't go in the folder. That's dumb. You can't organize a thing. Let's make a folder. You can't even do that. Move to, create a new folder. Oh, it works there. All right, game board 3. I'll just move everything into there. So, like that one. Down here. Okay, so now we've got row. It's right in this room. You can't move it to a folder, but you can right click and make one. But it's not great from my experience. Okay, that's cool. That's good information. Okay, so now this is where the success of this stream is going to come into place. Yeah, I think if this works, so inside of this here, where it says, can you guys see? Am I got the rest? Yeah, it's small, but it says code. So this is all my code. This is my code component of this prefab. So we'll board number 3. How do can I talk to a SceneGraph thing from a device? I sure hope so. If not, this won't work. Okay, I'm just going to set up the triggers. I'm going to set up player 1, 3, 2, 3, barrier 3, player counter 3, HUD, start game button 3, and we'll get all the spots. Gotta get the right order, so let's hide the barrier and player counter. This is doubled up. because I didn't get it right. Okay, so the board background, the board grid. So I didn't get it right. It's a little off. But that's okay, because we'll just move this. Looks all right. Okay, so in this code, well, it's going to handle itself, but I need to talk to the scene graph code. Like I need a global, I need access to the game manager. Because I need a centralized way to figure out players. So it has to be able to talk to a central location that is managing that. All right. Okay, so that's working. Or I think it's working. And then in my game manager, I need to be able to talk to that scene graph component because I don't think I can do that right now. So I've added a board, right? But it's not in here because it's not a game device, not a board game device. So I need to be able to set in my game manager a way to talk to that prefab. Is there a type for that? Prefab? What did I call it? I called it a component. Tic-tac-toe component. It's gonna work. See? Let's find out. Entity? I think I might be able to do the component. We're gonna find out. Oh wait, we didn't add the game manager. No, it's not in here. Why did it do that? That's not what I want. Oh, here. So this can be deleted. Pretty please, sugar on top work. This is not going to work. Because we just added the whole component instead of the thing that's on the scene. So you think we can do entity? It didn't work. It didn't work. Oh, there we go. That's but the entity has to be cast. I can't talk to it. No, again, you guys can't see. So I added it as an entity, but I can't directly talk to it. Let's rebuild this for a second. Back into the game. No, it's letting me. It's entity 0. Oh man. Well, I don't think I can add it to the editable. It just says entity 0. I mean, is this thing here called entity 0? Grab your entity, and then for that entity dot get component. Get component. Actual component. Oh man. So if entity 0 is this prefab, then it'll work. Entity prefab. But then you don't have get component. Okay, time to study. Only generated digest code should reference this type. Let's just see what happens. We can get it, but I don't think I'm getting the one in the scene. Like, I want to get the one that's in the scene. This one is just getting anything. So that's not what we want. What if we do the other one, origin? Go that. Nothing shows up. Can I go from the prefab to access? Can I set up the game manager inside of there maybe? Instead. So instead of doing that there, we'll go editable. We'll make it an optional still. That's fine. Game manager, get rid of that. Because we can't access them from there, but if I could just tell the component itself who the game manager is. Referencing devices is not supported here. Not possible. Verse digest is red. It's always red. Are you messing with the new scene graph? Yes, I am. Yeah, man, that sucks. That reminds me of the NPC device. Okay, so what is possible? I need these prefabs to be able to talk to a central location. How have they not enabled prefabs to talk to a central spot? Yeah, but no. I understand how they think about it working, but if each scene graph component has to figure out the player, and the player has custom variables set upon it, that's all managed in a central location. So you can't have different components affecting a different object of the player. It has to modify a central system. So that's what I want to know how to do. How to get the scene graph, either a central device so maybe then can't be like, what if you have to make a scene graph prefab that is the game, and then inside of there are the entities and their prefabs. You can have a player component and get the player's component to change the variables. Yeah, but that has to affect every game. If I had 20 tic-tac-toe boards in here, how do I keep track of everybody's score, for example? So if a player wins on one board and then leaves that board and goes to board number 5, wins on that board, he's going to have a score of 2, not 1 and 1. So I want to be able to add those or maintain it in a central location. That makes sense, right? It's getting late. Jesus. Okay, so that's not possible. We know that. Um, yeah, I would not want to use a score manager device. You know, a global play space. Wait a second, did you just show me that? Global play space can access devices that are in the scene, right? Like your SFX devices is a verse device in the game, right? That's got to be. Why is there no get global play space and yet it got the game manager? It's a custom device using weak maps. Oh, hmm. Bummer. I thought that was a real thing. Uh, there has got to be a way to get devices in the game inside of a scene graph component. If not, then a global play space. Do you have the link to that documentation by chance? Months of work for these systems. If there's documentation on that, I want to see that. Um, testable data. Yo, what if I could do this? I have an idea. And then inside of the component, you just, oh yeah, where was I looking? Can I do this? What does this give me a player object or the agent object? Player object. Okay. Um, that's not gonna work because I can't get the custom player yet. It's not gonna work. The first device, yeah, it can't be made ineditable. It won't set it up. In this context, it won't work. I don't think there's a way to do this. Unless you use persistence, but you couldn't save. There's no way to do this then. I can't use persistence. Yeah, making it non-optional doesn't make a difference, unfortunately. Um, Even if I do that, um, my error. Oh. Tired. I've got comment out some stuff here. Build. select the prefab, go to the code, and then oh, did I not make it editable? Referencing devices is not supported within this context. Yeah, so can you do it here? Nope. Yeah, no can do. How can we do this, man? This is the deciding factor whether or not this is possible. I think that the solution is weird. I think it kind of sucks, but I think that the idea is that I would have to make a game manager scene graph prefab. Code runs in there, right? And then in that prefab, I'd have to have all my game prefabs. It's 3 a.m. Dude, it's 1 a.m. for me too. Thank the Lord for my friend giving me a custom player and a custom play space then. Yeah. Well, have a good sleep. I might finish up as well. But I kind of want to solve this. So it's either you go all in scene graph or you don't. I think I'm going to try this. I think we should do this. So this is simply going to be, okay, so we gotta go to here. No, we go to here. Close this, you know, explore this file. Right. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it too. Man, I really appreciate your help. If you ever need me for anything, let me know, man. I can help out with anything. I'd like to return the favor. Yeah, I think this is how to do it as well. I mean, this has got to be it, right? So then you can't mix and match. You have to either go all in on prefabs or not. Crazy. But I still have to figure out how to get all the child prefabs. Mm -hmm. Oh. Okay, this is not going to be this. It's going to be something else. How do I solve this problem? Okay, well, that's another problem we have to solve, is how to figure out when somebody leaves the game. Disable that one. And we've got this running. So we need to okay, that's done. Oh wait, I didn't mean to change that one. Change this one. Okay, build that. Continue. Do warnings. Just build. I think we're getting somewhere. Built successfully. Okay, so now in the game manager component, so here inside of so we save that. Then we want to add our board. Doesn't feel. Okay, so we have to heat that one. Bring this one in. Place it in the right spot. Yeah. Getting somewhere. Okay, so then in this one, can I do that? I can. Okay. Good. And then inside of here, set up our team devices. There. 3, 3, HUD 3. Man, learning takes a long time. As they say, the grind may go unrecognized, unappreciated, but the results don't. Something to think about. That's it. Should be able to push changes. See how it goes, guys. See how it goes. Just wait for it to upload. We're almost there. We might have this scene graph thing figured out at 1:30 in the morning. Different way of thinking for sure. It's like a totally different system and kind of does away with creative devices. It's like the next version of It's like there's Creative 1.0, Creative 2.0, and now we're like Creative 3.0 with Scene Graph. And it's just a completely different system, yet the same. If this works, I will be amazed. Genuinely amazed. Like, I did it. I'm a genius. Oh, there we go. Please work, please work. I'm tired. Oh. Okay. Well, the barrier worked. Start the game. No way. No! Nope. That didn't work. Go see why. Oh. I think it would help if I uncommented the stuff that I felt like I had to comment out. Is that everything? Yes. Okay, push verse changes. Pretty pleased with sugar on top. All right, player one. I mean, the basics of the game worked, but I need to know which player is player one, which player is player two. Please tell me this works. Ready? Now. So we're not able to get are we not setting the game manager? I made it an editable. So in theory, can we do that? Because it's supposed to set it here. Let's go back in the component. Did I not do that? I don't have this. Okay, actually, here's what I want to do. We want to get the component. Get component. How do we use this? besides if what's it called? Tic-tac-toe. Yeah, I want to do that instead of this. It's not an optional. Okay, so that should work. Because I want the main game manager component to manage everything. What do we got? I don't know if it's just me. When I type 180 on rotation on the green, for me it's Z, yeah. Resets to 0. Yeah. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I know. I know. Editor's not connected. To push all changes. That's weird. Yeah, man, it's kind of strange. Well, 180 does go through. Did you say it was green? Yeah. I don't even know. Yeah, I don't think you can just type it in there. I think like if you want to change the rotation of something, you have to do it with the widget. Minus 90. Like, why is it minus 90, right? So weird. Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird system. Okay, we're going in. We're going in, and this should work. And if it doesn't work, I don't know what I'll do. I'll just go to bed. Call it a night. Okay, let's try the game. So see if we get any prints. Set the game manager on this component. Game manager set on this component. And yet, it isn't. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, see if this works. Whew. Sorry, I know wasn't showing anything while I was working on that, but I completely rewrote some code. Um, yeah. Yes. So, when I kind of get into a flow state, I don't think about. Oh. Okay, so it's even worse because we're not even setting. Yeah, let's change over my other screen this time. Not even setting. Hmm. Let's try that. Okay. The game manager was set. No way. What spot are we making it to? Not getting the agent. Was that the problem? Not getting the agent. So, hmm. So then this fancy subscribe method does not work. Okay, let's try something else then. Let's see if that works. Because what if I just can't use my custom triggered event? I just have to figure that out. Why? Doesn't work, man. I can't use the trigger. It doesn't pass the agent in. Hmm. See if this works. What about the... Just checking the other triggers to see if they fire when somebody picks being a player. I mean, it seems like a big problem if you can't use triggers inside of scene grab. Imagine if this was a known problem and I'm just struggling through this for nothing. Wait, did that work? Don't have any print statements. Yeah, but the player counter worked. Okay, we gotta do something here. It's gonna be kind of interesting. Um, okay, so we should get, maybe it's just triggers that don't work. So when both players go in, then we should be getting their unique ID. If this works, then we know that the rest works, and it's just what? We can't get agent. Why can't we get the agent? Oh, making some changes. You guys can see what I'm doing. No, that's not right. Can we get out of the barrier? I don't know if I've tested that. Can I leave? Yes. Okay, I am really lost. We're not getting any print statements, and yet the barrier works. It enables and disables. We know the agents are in there. Everything should be working. But this doesn't run. Start button runs. No print statement. I feel like it's just bugged or something. Everything else is disabled. Just this thing. Code is here. Triggers work. Just changing custom player to see if it does something. We need to push all changes. Imagine we had to push all changes to make this work. That just wasn't just burst changes. Man, whoever's still listening to me go on and on about this, you guys are troopers. And this is just a long process. Waiting for it to upload. Check the internet. Okay, we're in. Okay, so player ID 1 and 2 was created. Good sign. Okay. So you know, when you're having one of those days, anybody can figure out what I was doing wrong. Win a prize. Okay, well, it's still busted though. I also think I'm going to sleep 2 seconds. Okay, let's go back and check our print statements. No, it wasn't bugged. I was literally playing the wrong game. Yeah, I don't think we're setting the player. Yeah. Okay, so we have the game manager here. Player turn 1. Change player 1. Oh, it didn't change the piece. Okay, I think we got it. I think we've got it. Let's find out. This might be it. This might be it, everybody. Can't believe I was testing the wrong game. I should have deleted the other ones. Okay, the only other problem is that the barrier is there from the beginning, which is wrong. Got it. Set. Works. We did it. After 2,000 hours of debugging and trying to figure stuff out. That's really good. Sorry, I'm just coding. The wrong spot. We'll get rid of that. Thanks. Probably clean up a lot of this code, but not right now. And now I know it works. This is wrong. What's going on here? Okay, that's fine. Get rid of that. Save, close. So we did it. And close that. Get rid of that. So now we have our components for scene graph set up. Save that. Now, the true test to see if this actually works. The last thing I'm going to do before going to bed. For anybody who's still sticking this out, prepare to be amazed. So what we want to do, we have our game manager prefab here. We want to take this tic-tac-toe board prefab and make another. Can I do that? No. Okay, so to this one, we're going to add. I want to add a prefab. I have to add it there. Add entity. Tic-tac-toe board prefab. This one here. Move to here. Right? I think we're going to have a problem. Okay. So let's move all these guys to a new folder. 4. Keyboard 2 and 1 were what they were. There. And then we hide that and that because it's in my way. Go to this one here. This is going to be board number 4. Fine. Do triggers. Not sure if I'm seeing the biggest improvement with all this. I mean, it sort of feels the same. Give this a chance. Set up our next board. I mean, honestly, it seems like it'd be easier with created devices because you can just duplicate. Like I just duplicated, but can't duplicate everything. And if I did it with a created device, it would duplicate it all and I'd be done right now. Like I wouldn't be doing this part. So it's just something I don't know. Seems likely. Okay, so I think doing that, that should just work, right? Shouldn't that work? Christy is here. I have a question. Do you think it's true? Yeah. Do you think it's true that you need to spend 30 plus hours creating a map for it to even show up in Discover? I do. I think you need to spend a decent amount of time for Epic to say to themselves, like their algorithm, they somehow seem to be able to pay attention to how much time you spend making a game. So if you have a game that was pretty successful and then you duplicate it, and then you change, you know, the guns, or you change just the environment or something like that. It takes you 5 hours. That second game won't get discovery. We've tested that, and it just doesn't show up. You don't get the time. It's pretty much because they think that you're just making another spam map. It's really common. Like if you look around Fortnite GG, you can find some creators that just make hundreds of the same map. And all they're doing is duplicating and re-releasing and duplicating and re-releasing. They've spent their whole month just doing that. And so it used to be a bigger problem. So Epic has kind of decided that if you've spent, I don't know about 30 hours, I think maybe, but if you spent some time making the game, and because it can't just be about how much verse you have or how many props you have or whatever, because you can copy paste those all the time. But if you have been shown to spend 30 to 50 hours, maybe more, very easy to go over that. Then, okay, we got to go over to the other one. You have the barrier still here though. But I can get in. Okay, let's go over to the next game. Not working. My guy can't get in. He hits the trigger and then gets stopped. He's not getting added to the let's come out. Oh, even this player can't get out. I'm stuck. Help. Okay, so let's move this guy back. Do this. Come in. The barrier. He gets stuck. Not being added to the ignore list. Let's take a look at that real quick. Did change this around, so maybe I'll just put it back to where it was. One more try. Yeah, so I think you do have to spend time making a game. Epic pays attention to that. So you're gonna have to put in some effort. Okay, so that player's in. And I can leave. Yeah. Okay, so now that works. Start the game. Doesn't work. Let's take a look at the log. Yeah, only one of them had the game manager set. Oh, of course. We have to add the other one in. So this one's going to be that one, I guess. I mean, the same numbers. Okay, we got to push changes on this one. Christy says, sometimes it's a bit boring for me because I want to upload, for example, one map that I can make in 2 hours, but I have to work on it for 30 hours and I don't know what I'm supposed to do for that long. Well, I mean, yeah, 1v1 maps are destined to die. They're destined to never make it into Discovery. And the reason 1v1 maps are not really going to make it into Discovery anymore is because Epic has got some stuff in their algorithm that says, you know, if it's a similar idea, it's a similar name, it's a similar thumbnail, and the gameplay is similar, then it's not going to get Discovery time. So I posted a while back, not that long ago, maybe a couple weeks ago or something, and I said, well, I guess 1v1 maps are going to be dead. They'll never make Discovery. The only way you'll get people into a 1v1 map is through marketing promotion from a streamer or something like that. Yeah, I think 1v1 maps are, I mean, there's so many of them. It really is such a waste. I don't think that there's value making 1v1 maps anymore. We've made a couple. Our latest one was from Mr. Savage. And even as a massive streamer, he hasn't really brought in many players that want to change from the games, from the 1v1 maps they already use. So I really don't recommend anybody make a 1v1 map anymore. I think it's a waste of money, time. But that said, though, it's good for a portfolio. Like for Mr. Savage, it's perfect. It's really good because he's Mr. Savage. Everybody knows who he is. And so he should have his own 1v1 map. So it's in his portfolio. And, but, you know, otherwise, I just don't see any value in making 1v1 maps. Okay, we should have 2 of these. Good. All right. So let's go over. I still don't know why the barrier devices are showing up. That's weird. Okay, so start the game. Oh, it works. And I can't go twice. That's good. There. 3, 2, 1 the game. Okay, so it works. Scene graph can be used to, I mean, relatively easily make double items. Like, yeah, it's fine. I don't know if there's there's that much value over doing it this way, where you have your 2 devices. Why is my mouse not working? You have your 2 devices there and there. Is my mouse dying? Just plug it in. My mouse seems to be... There we go. Okay. And a main game manager there. Then you'd have to do the same hookup. So I think this might not be the use case, but it is a use case that works. Yeah. It's pretty cool. It does work. So after all of that, after the 4.5 hours, bro, that's crazy. We finally got scene graph to work for our tic-tac-toe game. Is it worth it? Not yet. Is it worth to learn it? 100%. Okay, what about red versus blue maps? No. Oh, just like, yeah, no. Red versus blue, box fights, zone wars, 1v1s, 2v2s, clutch fights, whatever, like 1v2s. I mean, you really would have to come up with something special. You could do a red versus blue because it's really just like PlayStation versus Xbox. It's, you know, one side versus another. There's plenty of versions of red versus blue that aren't red and blue. There's some other color or some other theme. You could do that. It's a pile of weapons. It's a big arena. People build, fight, throw rockets, whatever they're going to do. Go on the guardrail, or the, what are they called? Forget the name. Starts with a G. Glide rail. No, sorry. The brain's not functioning anymore. So no, I just yeah, I just don't think it's worth grind rail. Glide rail. It's close though. Grind rail. Um, you know, I just don't think it's worth it. Something else. Come up with something super creative. Make a really neat tycoon or something like that. I think that's where scene graph might start to shine a lot more, is in tycoons. So I might have to test that out in the next one. But anyways, I'm done for the night. I'm gonna go ahead and head to bed. I know this has been a long slog. Anybody who stuck this out the whole time, which I doubt there's any of you, but you know, in and out people. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the questions. There could have been more. Thanks to Ben for helping me out quite a bit. Really appreciated that. So I'm going to end this here, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Good night.